last hybrid planning meeting. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the legislation changes. Can I ask ACC, please turn on the live feed? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regulatory section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? For those of you who are physically in the chamber, can I remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not be able to hear anything. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is also being used to assist in preparing formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. The members, moving on to agenda item 1, apologies. Do we have any apologies from the floor? Councillor Donnelly, please.
Just Councillor Duffy said he'd be a bit late.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Duly noted. Okay. Item 2, declarations of interest. We can take them from the floor now, or that's when we come across them during the course of the meeting. Yeah, move on to agenda item 3, report from the head of planning. We have 3.1, which is an item for decision, and it's from the Department for Infrastructure, call for evidence, future focused review of the strategic planning policy on the issue of climate change. And I'm going to bring in Helen Stoops, Principal Planning Officer, to present the item. Helen, just looking for you there. There you go, Helen, over to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. DFI has published a call for evidence on the future focused review of the SPPS on the issue of climate change, which can be found at Appendix 1, and responses are due by the 28th of March. The SPPS was published in 2015 and sets out strategic planning policy for a wide range of subject policies for the whole of Northern Ireland, including how the planning system can help mitigate against the impacts of climate change. The provisions of the SPPS must be taken into account in the preparation of local development plans and are also material to all decisions on planning applications and planning appeals. The consultation seeks views on whether the current policy framework within the SPPS in relation to climate change remains appropriate and fit for purpose, with a specific focus on 3 sections of the start of the document and 3 subject policy areas, details of which can be found in the report. The information gathered to this call for evidence will help inform the Minister for Infrastructure on whether or not to initiate a formal review of the SPPS in relation to climate change. From the publication of the SPPS in 2015, there has been considerable change in relation to addressing climate change, including the introduction of the Climate Change Act that came into force in June 2022, which sets a target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. It is considered that the SPPS and the planning system has a key role in addressing the impacts of climate change and supporting the path to net zero. Officers welcome the call for evidence and consider that given how the approach to addressing climate change has significantly evolved from the publication of the SPPS, that it should be updated. A draft response can be found at Appendix 2, which sets out the merits in updating the SPPS to reflect the up-to-date position regarding climate change, including targets, along with how the SPPS could further support the path to net zero. It is recommended that members approve the draft response to DFI as outlined at Appendix 2. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Helen. Yeah, members, any questions of Helen? Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Helen. It's definitely a good, strong response. Thank from us in highlighting our strong interest in improving climate measures. One query I did want to ask, and it's more towards a section at the end, like in additional matters. We talk about housing built hard and things like that. Is there any way, or is there anything in place at the minute where certain routes like cycle lanes and footpaths and things that are essential to improve people's access to, shops and then even other areas in the community are maintained? Or even the likes of when sometimes you're building those bigger housing developments, in some areas you have easy walkthroughs, reducing like like at Oak Ridge and Oak Lodge, there's different walkthroughs there. So you don't have to walk around the whole estate to get into the back end, which improves people's access. Whether something around that could be articulated in our response to just improving pedestrian access to areas without, having sort of sometimes a silo mentality where a developer only thinks within the red line. Maybe you put it in the better words than I could, Helen, but just kind of that more focus on those essential pedestrian routes and the need for greater inter-community connectivity as part of larger applications that come to us. That'd be my only sort of comment on it. It's a good response, sir. Thank you.
Want to come in there, Damien? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Lavery, for very helpful comments. I suppose just to pick up on that, it is worth maybe just highlighting that at the moment, planning policy PPS 7, which is around residential environments, quality, sustainable residential environments, and also the supplementary planning guidance you'll have heard is referred to creating places document, which is supplementary planning guidance in relation to residential development. It very much highlights the importance of ensuring that pedestrian and cycle linkages are included in residential environments at the very point you're making, Councillor Avery, so that you can ensure that new developments link into the existing networks to promote sustainable travel. But of course, we could consider strengthening the response to highlight that point if you wish.
Thank you very much, Damon. Happy enough for that, Councillor. And Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I suppose just with regards to, I suppose the impact of the new Act and what it'll ultimately mean for everyone in Northern Ireland. I know it's much more ambitious than the Climate Change Committee's own recommendations. And what's been passed has been passed, but it's much more ambitious. And that brings with it its own challenges. I'm just wondering, in terms of the cleanest form of energy generation, which is wind energy, how do we see that playing out in terms of trying to meet, because it's going to take this collective action from departments, from councils and from the public. I'm just wondering, in terms of a planning service, how are we geared to deal with applications? Because I know, we've had them here, they've taken many, many months, sometimes years to reach decisions. That's going to have to dramatically speed up. I'm just wondering how you see that, taking place. How do you see it happening? How do we see the policy, mirroring there's these words like emergency. So how do we see, what does emergency look like for the planning service in terms of, greatly increasing the speed with which we deliberate on wind turbine application? Obviously, they can't go everywhere. There still has to be a level of, investigation, and the whole procedures have to be followed. But in terms of the time frames of those, how do you see that, going forward to meet these targets, which are really, really ambitious? Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair. DFI, they published draft policy last year, which we provided comments on, which I suppose set the direction. So it reflected the updated targets that were set out, in the Climate Change Act, in terms of, 80% of our electricity, from renewable sources. So the draft policy, does go a lot further than what currently would be captured, in the SPPS, but obviously it was in draft form. There's been a number of representations to that. So that's with DFI currently for consideration. So in due course, we'll find out what the final form of that will look like.
You want to come back in, Alderman? Over to you, go ahead.
And just, I suppose, in terms of, I'm thinking built heritage. I know I've had many discussions. There's one ongoing at the minute, in Rich Hill, in terms of, you know, what's ideally required and what's realistic out on the ground. I'm just wondering, in terms of the policy with energy efficiency, going to be really primarily you know, a huge focus, and sometimes that clashes with what HED and the likes are preferring in terms of built heritage. I feel there's maybe a collision coming down the road where people are going to be going, well, we want to avail of this, but built heritage are saying, well, we don't like it. How do you see that playing out, and what impact or what feedback could we give that would sort of, you know, put the view forward with, while we are sympathetic to that, there are, you know, realities we have to face, you know, and, you know, people who live in these houses deserve to be able to avail, you know, the latest technologies to make their own lives, you know, more comfortable, you know, their bills reduced.
Do you want to come back in, or are you happy? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you make through the chair. I suppose that's one of the issues we have highlighted in the draft response, that there does need to be further guidance in terms, you know, retrofitting, you know, these you know, historical and heritage buildings. So hopefully you know, our comments will be taken into account, and you know, that there is a balance struck, you know, going forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman and councillors. Thank you very much, Hal. Okay, members, it is an item for decision, so can I get a proposer and a seconder, please? Proposed by Councillor Lowry and second by Alderman Wilson. You all agreed? Agreed, thank you. Move on to 3.2, which is an update in planning application caseload. I'm going to bring in Damien, head of planning, to present the report. Over to you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, just a planning caseload update for you. Number of decisions that were issued by the department in the month of February was 126. Number of applications received during the same month, 75, which leaves us with a current live caseload of 973. So what you'll note, members, is that the live caseload has gone down from the previous month by 51, and actually is down over the course of the business year by 95. So that downward trend is due very much to the tremendous effort by staff, and certainly we're going in the right direction. The live caseload is now below 1,000, which was a big target for us. Number of call-ins received during the month of February, members, was 5, which brings the total for year to date to 31. I'm happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Damien, or any queries? No. Thank you. Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you very much to the team as well. Okay, moving on to agenda item 4, report from the head of building control. We have an item for decision and an item for information. 4.1, which is a street naming report for Kilmaine Park. I'm going to bring in Tom Lavery, head of building control, to present the report. Over to yourself, Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Yes, item 4.1 is a request for naming of a housing development consisting of 42 dwellings off Kilmaine Street and Lower North Street in Lurgan. The applicant's preferred name for this development is Kilmaine Park, and the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is that the development consists of houses, apartments, which are accessed off by a parking court and an open parking area all to the front of the properties. The name Kilmaine has been used as the land is bordered by Kilmaine Street to the west of the site. Members will also note that some of the dwellings and apartments are accessed off Kilmaine Street and some off Lower North Street, as indicated on the site layout plan, and these will be postal numbered accordingly off those streets. Officers have assessed and deemed the proposal is compliant with the council street naming policy, and the recommendation therefore is for members' approval of the name Kilmaine Park for this development. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. Okay, members, over to yourselves. We're going to bring Councillor O'Dowd, please. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Knowing Kilmaine Street and the area, I think it's a very fitting name, so do, and I'm happy to propose it.
Okay, councillor, thank you. We have a seconder for it, please. Yep, seconded by councillor Donnelly. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Proposed by councillor Dowd and seconded by councillor Donnelly that we accept the name of Kilmaine Park. Okay, thank you. Move on to 4.2, which is item of information. Going to bring in Tom for an update on build control and property certificate applications. Over to yourself, Tom, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is to keep members informed of the work undertaken by the department during the first 11 months of this financial year. As noted in Appendix 2, we received 2,851 building regulation applications with a notional investment value of just over 173.6 million. In February alone, it was 16.46 million worth of work came through the doors. We've also carried out just over 13,291 inspections and undertaken 1,763 plan assessments and issued all the relevant statutory notices. The department has also continued to deliver the council's property civic function for the conveyancing of properties across our borough. In the last 12 months, we have received and administered 2,908 new applications and issued 2,944 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. The department has also been dealing with a high number of dangerous structures incidents since April last year. This varies from the severity of loose slates falling off roofs to the extremes of partial building collapses and resulting road closures, which members may know about. In total, there were a total of 32 incidents reported since last April, and there are currently several still ongoing live cases. Thank you, Chair. This report's for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. Members, any questions or queries of Tom? Nope. Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, members, moving on to agenda item 5, which is moving into confidential report. Can I seek a proposer and seconder to move the meeting into committee, please? Proposed by councillor Dowd and seconded by councillor Armstrong. We all agreed? Agreed. Okay. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we are now moving into a confidential session of the council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ACT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm when we can continue? which is agenda item 7 and agenda item 8 AOB. Quickly, as long as we don't move
Yeah,
into sort of whole world building here.
no, it's
Okay,
not.
go ahead.
It's just on the back of obviously the letter around remote meetings and hybrid formats. And I know the reason we're here is because the whole chamber was set up for, you know, the online facility and a lot of technology and that. But now that that's looking like you know, a distant memory going forward, is there an opportunity to get back to Banbridge where there's the smaller chamber and it's much more compact and easily navigated? And just a query if that, I know it maybe has to go to governors, but even if you wanted to, you know, look at that yourself as chair, it wouldn't be a bad, in my opinion, a bad idea. It might be a bad idea for everybody else, but for planners, I think in the town, it would be a lot simpler and much shorter commute.
Well, Alderman, I'm not going to argue with that. It's a lot closer for me than coming to here or anywhere else. But yeah, I think it's a fair point. Maybe we could have a wee look at that there for the next meeting. Okay. Members, we are going to want to recess and return back at 4 o'clock. Okay. See you soon. Bye. Welcome back. If you haven't done so, can you please put in your cards again? May I ask ICT to please start the live feed? Thank you. Agenda item 6, applications for planning permission to be considered by the committee as per schedule of planning applications. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the planning section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? For those of you who are physically in the council chamber, can I please remind you that when speaking into a microphone, you need to wait until you see yourselves on the screen so that the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not hear anything that you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is also being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to have been recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning Regulatory Service Committee of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. The members, Appendix 6 has been taken off due to exceptional circumstances, and Appendix 8 also. Can I ask for a proposer and seconder to move into confidential business? Proposed by Councillor O'Dowd and seconded by Councillor McGowan. We all agreed? Okay, thank you, members. Yeah, members and online Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we've been now moving into confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm when we can continue into confidential session? The officers, please let us know. Thank you. So we're back online, members. Move on to Appendix 1, application number LA08 2019-0129 F, and it's Francis Smith. Members, I'm making a declaration of interest as I was not able to attend the site meeting, nor was he able to attend the previous meetings or the previous meeting last month. Okay. Can I take a proposer and seconder that Alderman Wilson takes chair of this item of agenda? Proposed by Councillor Dowden, second by Councillor McGowan. We all agreed? Alderman Wilson, are you happy to take George, okay, I'm going to pass over to yourself.
Okay, members, thank you. At this point, in line with all the rest of proceedings, I will take declarations of interest if there are any. I have a number of lights on. I'll start from my left here, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I will exclude myself from this section of the meeting as I wasn't able to attend any of the site meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moodry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, I'll just exclude myself for the same reason. Thank you.
Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. As my employer made a representation at committee when I first came here, I'm not able to take part in this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGill.
I wasn't at the site meeting, so I won't be taking part either.
Councillor Hockey.
Same for me. I wasn't able to go to the site meeting, so I'll not be taking part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Dowd.
Yes, Chair. I'll be excusing myself. I wasn't at the site meeting and a member of my family has been named in the appendix.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair. The first three, well, I was not in any site meetings, so I'll be excluding myself from the first three rather than running in and out and going through the same process. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We'll ensure someone from the team here notifies you when we're on number 4. That's going to be the challenge, isn't it? Remembering to do that. That's grand. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the same reason I didn't get the site visit, so I'll have to sit this one out
Problem.
and leave. Yes. Gee, what's left good.
Okay, so we have an addendum, and I suppose maybe at this stage it wouldn't be a bad idea for Sinead just to give us a recap and go through the situation to date. We have a couple of addendums and one in today. So Sinead, I'll hand over to you and you can run us through that.
Thank you, Chair. At the meeting of the 10th of January 2024, members agreed the officer recommendation to refuse be overturned and the application be approved on the grounds that the imposition of conditions relating to the type of infill material to be used in the site, together with the requirement of a new fence, would create an improvement to this site and would therefore make the proposal compliant with planning policy. Members requested the draft conditions of approval be presented for their consideration. As per the report, officers have attached 10 draft conditions for your consideration. The first is the standard time for commencement of works. In the second, we have restricted the period of infilling in line with the information provided with the application. Condition 3 restricts the type of infill to strictly inert material. Condition 4, 5 and 9 restricts the location and quantities of the infill. Condition 6 and 7 is for the requirement of fencing and 10 is restriction on hours of operation. Members will note that further to publication of the report for the meeting of the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee tonight, officers have received a petition of written representation against this proposal. The letter of petition is addressed to John O'Dowd, MLA, Minister for Infrastructure, and he has been asked to call in the decision to grant planning permission for the above proposal. The reason provided is due to the close proximity to Lough Neagh Shore, which supplies over 40% of drinking water in Northern Ireland, and the algae and pollution at Lough Neagh has already caused people great concern and fear. Members are advised that the DFI have been in contact with officers and have advised that they are already considering a call-in request. They have been made aware that the conditions relating to this application are due to be presented to the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee tonight, and have advised officers to proceed as normal, and they will be in contact in due course. It is therefore recommended that members approve the conditions attached, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sinead. I suppose flowing on from that, in terms of that addendum where it says that there's, it's being considered, is it your understanding that it's the request that is being considered rather than the minister himself is considering calling it in, if you understand, because it's not clear in that regard, so I would welcome clarity on that, whether it's they're considering the request that's been sent in, as in we have been asked to consider this, or the minister himself going, I want to consider this, from a ministerial perspective, if you could clarify that.
Yeah, no, a request had already been made to DFI notification team as regards to taking this application and consider it. So that request for a call-in has already been considered by DFI. This letter only had arrived today and was addressed to the Minister for Infrastructure, who no doubt will send it to his officers as part of the normal protocol. So they have advised us that prior to us getting around to issuing a decision, they will let us know one way or the other how they're looking to proceed with this application.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead, for bringing this report back to us again. It's just for a matter of record. I know there's been a few things going through the papers lately. A couple of elected representatives, MLAs, of course, been referring to this as a landfill. Can you, for the record, explain the difference between an infill site and a landfill site, just for clarification? Thank you.
Thanks, Sinead.
The application before us is for land improvements, for agricultural land improvement, rather than actually waste. Types of waste get into usually a pocket of potentially a former quarry or etc. And this relation to the type of material used is going to be strictly inert, and the proposal before us was on land improvement, so to improve land for agricultural development. So it's a slightly different policy consideration for us. And in light of that, and obviously following the site visit, members saw themselves that the site and was there as in your consideration that actually the infilling of this particular portion of ground would lead to land improvement, which in itself then would meet with the principle of development under PPS 11.
Thanks, Sinead. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Sinead, for that response. And on that, the material that will be going into it, just for clarification, isn't what would be considered as landfill waste. It is for land improvement, and that is what we are doing here, is approving a land improvement rather than a waste being put into the land. Would that be correct?
Yep, Sinead, thank you.
If it's not considered land improvement, the policy then says it is a landfill site. So if you're not improving the land, basically you're reverting back to a different policy consideration, which technically would be landfill. Now you can have landfill sites which strictly inert as well, but I suppose is that there a discrepancy if it's not land improvement, as was offers initially thought, then it technically is a landfill site. But if it is land improvement, then it's land improvement, and then the type of waste is strictly controlled here. It's actually strictly the code to one waste code, which is 17, which is your strictly inert material. But landfill sites can be strictly inert as well. It's just, I suppose, what leads to it. If it's not land improvement, it goes beyond that. It is then what we would call a waste management site, so it's landfill.
Thanks, Sinead. And that is, from my perspective, that's useful clarity, because, the word inert has been used consistently throughout that. On just doing a Wikipedia search of that, for the definition, inert waste is waste which is neither chemically nor biologically reactive. So that's, to me, you're quite clear that in those waste codes, and I looked at the waste catalogue and I see they're quite restrictive and tight in terms of, it's mostly focusing on soil and rubbles. And to be honest, if it was anything other than that, I wouldn't be comfortable with it. So that's why, we're at this point and those codes have been included. And just in terms of, I suppose, those codes, how rigorously will they be inspected by officers? Because I think that's important too, that in terms of the improvement, and the improvement being by virtue of the fact that the ground then is more usable as agricultural land at the end of this process. How rigorous will we then check those codes that they're being complied with? Because that's another important issue from my perspective.
Under our enforcement regime, there'd be no statutory requirement us to monitor this site. It's not an EIA, application that would, require it. But if there was any, I suppose, members of the public or otherwise, or even member of yourselves that wanted us to go and inspect, we would. But I suppose, as previously alluded to, should this plan of permission be approved, it would also require a waste license from NIEA, who would have control over inspection and that for particular waste coming in.
Thanks, Sinead. And just, does me, so following on from that, NIEA then would have their own set criteria. So that's another layer really of control. Am I correct in saying that in this instance?
Yes, NIA have a separate statutory regime that they would look at. So the types and quantities of waste and where it goes as well will be under their remit as well. So it's sort of a separate statutory process that the application would have to go through as well. They'd have to apply separately, should plan of permission be forthcoming for a license, and then it would be controlled that way.
No, and that's useful, because when I did, Councillor Armstrong said, when I read some of the commentary, in the media, it did invoke an image of, hundreds of bin lorries reversing up into the site and tipping, toxic waste, which, as you rightly say, would normally be, delivered to a quarry that was landfilling, and that's quite an onerous process and tightly controlled as well. But it's useful to hear that that's, certainly not the case, and those conditions underpin that. Members, of any other queries from anyone? Okay, we'll move then to the debate phase. If any members any views, and then following that, we'll move to the decision. So it is, if you'll recall, the application was approved pending these conditions. So it's the consideration of the conditions. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Just being at the site meeting, there's if everything was on the ground, it was levelled out, where would they put any extra? Because it's already high up, it's sitting like the mountains of Mourne. If that was levelled out, where would they put any more in it? If anything was already there.
Sinead, have you, I know it was the first part, it's already approved. So what's sitting there is for a specific square meterage area of that site, isn't that correct? If you could explain that in more detail, thanks.
Yeah, there's some material actually that's happened from dredging works on site. The land beyond this application site has been resowed, but that dredging works has taken place and it's been sitting there in regards to the top portion. But there is a condition here, number 9, the infill material shall not exceed the levels as depicted in the drawing. So there is a drawing number and they can't exceed beyond that. So if the quantities that they're permitting, that we're allowing in here, which is projected in regards to the site area, it can't go beyond the levels that we are now considering under this drawing. So there is a level and a section drawings that would be submitted as part of this application that we have considered, and we have added in there as a condition to ensure that they don't go beyond those levels.
Councillor Donnelly.
What is already there, if that was levelled, what the height would that bring that up to? What's already sitting there?
Sinead.
There is plan of permission at the moment. They have the front part right up just above the level of the road. As you know, the road is a lot higher than the level of the ground. And we had granted that on that particular time due to subsidence to that road. So I suppose it was an exception that we felt to try to restrict the subsidence of that road, that they would infill it so it was all level, and then the excess coming in off that. So that would be for the top portion of this as a separate approval, would actually bring it almost level up that, and then it's level then down into the site. So it would be up at least a couple of meters from the existing level to the bottom.
Sir Donnelly.
The bottom half of that field was near enough the same height as level as the fields around it. Would that not flood the oil fields then? Around it? opposite side of that be shook.
Thanks again, Sinead.
Yeah, there's a red line restricting, the area of where you can actually put the infill. So it's all outside the infill. The bottom right to the end of that there is actually in the floodplain. They're not allowed to fill in that. So that's why we've added that the fence has to be the entire length of the area in filling. So you can't go beyond the fence area. Because beyond that would be in infill in the floodplain, yeah. So they're not allowed to. The fence has to go up first before they bring any sort of material into the site.
Sinead, could you reiterate just in terms of the, what the view was on the floodplain and from Rivers Agency in terms of their outlook on the entirety of the project, if that's, if you can do that?
Yeah, we went to DFI Rivers a few times in this because it obviously is a key consideration as regards to infill in the floodplain, which is strictly forbidden under separate policy PPS 15. There were some disputes with regards to the level at the present time on the ground. So DFI Rivers went out themselves and took measurements. So they were clear that drawings as submitted accurately reflected the landform at the present time, and that any levels of infill that's going to be brought in wouldn't be brought in as regards to the infill. So then they had no objections because all the development, including the red line then, was reduced to make it all outside the floodplain.
Thanks, Sinead. Councillor Donnelly.
What volume of fill you think would fit in that bottom part of the thing?
Sinead.
They have been granted our proposed 23,810 tonnes of infill. And then there's a layer on top of that of 9,500 of basically soil on top of it. Then it's been grazed out into an agricultural field. It's been proposed.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, any other queries or debate? Thank you, Councillor Mulholland.
Hello, my question just for Sinead. Just reading the minister's letter as how he was sent through this here. It's obviously saying that Loughney provides 40% of the drinking water for Northern Ireland, and I know obviously there's a concern about that with the recent spread of the algae. From my memory and from reading through the reports by the different government agencies to do with this report, was there or wasn't there any concerns about pollution? Because in my mind, none of the other agencies had any concerns about pollution. I just want to clarify, am I correct in thinking that? Or was there a concern about pollution from any other government agencies?
Thank you, Sinead.
Subject to mitigation measures, there was no concerns. The site is hydrologically linked to Loughney due to that water course that runs along the south and east. The fence then has to be erected so that no inert material would run off that, and then fill into that. They also wanted to ensure that if it were to be infilled, that it had to be strictly inert and no hazardous or material that may cause pollution would also run into it either. So subject to silt fencing and the type of inert material, they had no objections to this application.
Okay, members, any other queries? We're in the debate phase, and if there's no other, we'll move then to decision. If we have anybody wishing to make a proposal. I'm, as chair, I was out on site. I'm quite content with the report Sinead has provided, and with what certainly appear to be quite strict limitations on what can be placed within the site for the improvement of it. And being out in site, and even a cursory glance today on the streetscape facility on Google certainly showed the field to be in quite a state, and it's, to me, it's quite reasonable to see how with some inert material and then topped off with topsoil, how this could transform this into a much more usable agricultural field. So on that basis and very firmly on the basis of the conditions that have been attached and the fact that NIE will then have a further say in this, and it, in all reality, will be very tightly controlled. And of course, objectors themselves, I'm sure, will have quite an interest in it as well. So there's quite a few requirements on this approval, and I'm as it stands, and we're now looking at those conditions, and I'm content with them at this stage, and I would be happy to propose we accept the series of conditions.
Thank you, and I would just like to echo the chair's comments on that and second his proposal. Thank you.
Okay, members, any other points or proposals? Councillor Donnelly.
I go against the recommendation. I don't agree with it.
Okay, so on that basis, then I think we have to move to a vote because we don't have agreement. So we'll just do this quite simply. So we have 4 members. So if you bear with me just 1 second. Okay, members, so I've got a very handy sheet here in front of me, so I'll just take them in alphabetical order and you can give me your vote. So it's for the approval of the conditions. So Councillor Armstrong.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly.
Neil, no.
Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, Chair.
And myself, yes. So that is 3 votes to 1. So as recorded. So so that result is carried then. I will relinquish the chair at this stage and we'll get the staff to bring in the rest of the councillors and then we'll move to the next application.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor McKeown.
I was not at the site meeting for the next two applications, so I'll be excusing myself.
Duly noted. Councillor Donnelly, then Councillor Lavery.
I was at the site meeting twice for this one, but I wasn't at the original meeting, so I have to write up too.
Okay.
Councillor Lavery, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just that the applicant came into our office yesterday asking for advice on this matter, but I informed him that I was a member of the planning committee, so couldn't give any. So I feel that I'm still able to take part, but just wanted to note that there.
Duly noted. And Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Mitri.
Thank you, Chair. I was unable to make this planning visit, so I'll be excusing myself from any further participation. Thank you.
Councillor Mitri, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in the same position, was unable to make this site visit, so I'll excuse myself. Thank you.
Again, duly noted. And Councillor Mulholland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Same thing. I wasn't able to attend the site meeting, so I'll be excusing myself in this one.
And again, duly noted. Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Mullen, please, online.
Yeah, I excused myself because I wasn't at the site visit as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And duly noted again. Okay, members, move on to Appendix 2, application number LS 08 2023-2181F, and it's then as a refusal. Liam McCrum, the Senior Planning Officer, present report and PowerPoint presentation. Those present at the site visit was myself, the Chair, Alderman Gordon Kennedy, Vice Chair, Alderman Garth Wilson, Councillor Ian Wilson, Councillor Peter Lavery, Councillor Miro Dowd, Councillor Brona Hockey, and Councillor Fergus Donnelly. Okay, members, there is an addendum report has been circled, and I'm going to bring in Liam. Okay, Liam, over to yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the erection of replacement dwelling and garage on lands northeast of 36 Fly Road, Banbridge. The application is being brought back before members following a request for a site visit at our last planning committee meeting on the 7th of February. As stated, the site visit was facilitated by Officer McCrum on the 23rd of February with Alderman Barr, Alderman Kennedy, Alderman Garth Wilson, Councillor Ian Wilson, Councillor Lavery, Councillor Dowd, Councillor Donnelly, and Councillor Hockey present. During the site visit, Officer McCrum explained the officer's rationale behind the recommendation to refuse in the policy context of CTY3. Members viewed all aspects of the existing structure and the site surrounds, with queries answered by Officer McCrum on the site visit, and as detailed in the report circulated to members. There is no change in officer's recommendation to refuse, as set out in the site visit report. And I can just run through the PowerPoint presentation by way of a wee reminder. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We're all on the site. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the plans of the dwelling. So this is the building to be replaced that we all viewed on the site. Next slide, please. Another view of the existing building as noted on the site. And again, one of the walls, again, another view.
Next slide, please. And again, you can see the gradual degradation of the building over time, as would have been noted from the site visit. They're just views of the site context. And that's the dwelling that was alluded to in the last presentation as the other side of the pair of buildings that were to be replaced, that has been replaced on the opposite side of the road. And again, just another view of the site context. Same again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. Members, move over to yourself. I'm going to open the floor for any questions of the planners. Okay. Okay, members, going to move on to comments. We're into the debate phase. Councillor O'Dowd and Councillor Lavery. Go ahead, Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. After going out and seeing the site, I put, in my opinion, if we start opening up to let approvals in for buildings that is so derelict, and understand there has to be so much of it standing, I think we would be opening the floodgates for loads of applications coming in cases like this. It's just an opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Julie noted, and Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, similar comments to Councillor Dowd. Went out and had a good look at it, and just in my own view that building is no longer substantially intact. Obviously, looking at the old photos, it used to be in much better condition when the initial application came in. Obviously, a lot of time's lapsed since then. The application's lapsed, and this is as the officer said, this is a fresh application. We'll have to just judge it on its merits as it is today. And I think it seems to be a pretty clear-cut case of refusal in this instance for me, Chair. But that's my penny's worth, I suppose.
Julie noted, Councillor, and I think sometimes it does make a difference when you see on site and compare them to photographs. Okay, members, there's no other lights on. I'm going to move on to decision. Can I seek a proposer and a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Hockey.
Rose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hockey. Proposed by Councillor Hockey that we go with the recommendation of the officer's recommendation. And Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. Content to second that recommendation on refusal. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Proposed and second by Councillor Hockey and second by Councillor Lavery. We all agreed? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much, members. Move on to Appendix 3. Thank you very much, members. Okay, members, moving on to Appendix 3, application number LA08 2021-1543F. And it's a refusal. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Dowd and then Councillor Lavery. Councillor O'Dowd, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't actually at the site meeting, so I'll be excusing myself.
Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I wasn't at the site visit and then correspondingly wasn't able to take part when I came back the second time, so just recuse myself because of those issues. Thank you.
And Councillor Wilson, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the same vein, I wasn't at the site meeting, so I'll excuse myself. Thank you.
And Councillor Mahal.
Again, I wasn't at the site meeting.
Well, it's just to say, Chair, again, that I wasn't at the site meeting. Just want to note that again. I'll be excusing myself from Appendix 3.
Yes. Thank you very much, members. Councillor Mahal, just to let you know you were at that meeting, okay? So you can stay in.
Apologies. I
You're
thought
grand.
it was the wrong one.
You're grand. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to move on. And can I bring in Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation? Go ahead, Sinead, over to yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members will note that officers initially recommend this application for refusal, and the main grounds were overlooking into the properties to the rear. A site visit took place, and at the site visit was Alderman Barr, Alderman Kennedy, Alderman Wilson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Donnelly, Councillor Hockey, Councillor Mallon, and Councillor Mutry. At the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee on Wednesday, the 4th of October 2023, it was agreed that the application be deferred for consideration of additional information to be submitted by the applicant. Office received amended scheme on the 20th of December 2023, and this was duly re-neighbour notified and advertised. 3 number of additional representations were received to the amended scheme. The amendments in summary are that the apartments were moved back to 9.48 metres from the nearest section of the common boundary instead of 8.43, and the ridge height of the building has been reduced by 26 centimetres. The upper rear elevation bedroom windows have been removed and amended to box-style dormer windows. These windows have glass side panels to each side and a high-level window to the rear. The side glass panel closest to number 62 Newry Road is proposed to be finished in obscure glass. Members are advised that as set out in the main body of the report, Creighton Places advises a minimum distance of around 15 metres should be provided between the rear of apartments and the common boundary. This amendment does not meet with the guidance. However, Creighton Places does advise that where smaller separation distances are employed, the design should include mitigation measures to help promote privacy. For example, through the location of bathrooms and the use of high-level windows on upper floors to minimise any overlooking. Overall, in consideration of the separation distance, screening, window size, and the style and orientation and location of glazing, officers are content that the overall scheme provides adequate privacy and daylight. Paragraph 4.26 of the SPPS states that design is an important material consideration in the assessment of all proposals, and good design should be the aim of all those involved in the planning process and be encouraged across the region. At paragraph 4.27, it goes on to say, where the design of the proposed development is consistent with the LDP policies and supplementary design guidance, planning authority should not refuse planning permission on design unless there are exceptional reasons. The revised design would not give rise to harmful effects on the character of the area due to the proposed building siting and location relative to the surrounding built development. Officers have fully considered all the objections received, including the additional 3 new ones in relation to the revised proposal, and are content that the revised scheme now meets with the planning guidance and overall policy consideration, and are now recommended a changed opinion to approve this development. Just take members through the PowerPoint presentation to refresh your memory of the site and to consider the new design. So again, location within the general areas just outside the central core of Armagh City on the Newry Road, a main arterial road in and out of Armagh City. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the proposed site. So there's an eclectic mix of different types of densities along this particular part of the Newry Road. Next slide, please. Not just an aerial view of the proposed site. Next slide, please. So that's the site location plan with the site outlined in red. Next slide, please. So that's the site layout. The vegetation to the rear, including the 2 existing trees, are being retained. New plans proposed around the front and the side. There are cycle stands, storage provision for bins, etc. The overall amount of private amenity space is in excess of what we required. It's 42 per apartment, when the guidance would be between 10 and 30 for apartments. Next slide, please. So that's the overall design. You can see the rear elevation now has been amended like a box style window with side elevation glass and an upper floor window as well, and it meets with the guidance as regards to daylight into that upper floor bedroom window. Next slide, please. That's just a section through the site in relation to the dwellings at Folly Lane. It's in excess of the 20 metres. Next slide, please. That's just a street view of the site. You're coming down into Armagh City. Next slide, please. That is the close-up of the site in relation to the development to the rear. It's designed as if it's going to be a 2-storey dwelling from the front. Next slide, please. That just shows the dwellings on the opposite side of the road. So there's no unique style or architectural style along this side. There's different types of materials and designs. There's an eclectic mix of agriculture or architectural style in this particular area. Next slide, please. That's just when we were upstairs in the upper floor window. That side window, if you can recall, the objector came and made representation, and his main consideration was the impact of that window, but the application will not come forward in relation to that window. And actually you will recall that the design is moved further back from the side elevation window, so there'll actually be more room than what's there at the present time. Next slide, please. That's just a view of the common rear boundary of Folly Lane. So that just shows it where it is. That's into that rear garden area, and that's the number 5 Folly Lane, which is the nearest residential property. Next slide, please. That just shows further on over number 5, 6 and 7 Folly Lane from the rear boundary. Next slide, please. That's just looking up into that side elevation window, so you can know the residential properties right along there have all the 2-storey rear projections approved, and the only real view of it is from Folly Lane, and it's due to those 2-storey extensions precluding out that you actually will not see the rear elevation of this particular property from any public vantage points. Next slide, please. That just shows the view of the site at the minute. So the development actually sit further back 1.5 metres from it than the present time, so it'll give more light actually into those particular site elevation windows than at the present time. So sitting further back from that particular site elevation boundary. And thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Sinead. And get members over to yourselves. Any questions? Okay. Move on to our Alderman Wilson, please. Go ahead.
Yep, with the changes, Sinead, were these considered under the same application? So they're just alterations? Is that the case? Yeah.
Yes, it was amended to the current scheme because it was 4 apartments or 4 apartments, you know, we were allowed till a revision to it, so it was been re-advertised, neighbour notified as regards to our statutory provision. So yes, it's just revision to on the same application.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Thank you, Alderman. Any other questions, members? Okay, moving on to debate. Comments or Alderman Wilson and Councillor Hockey and Alderman Kennedy. Councillor Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know, casting my mind back to when the site visit occurred, you know, it's a fairly large building that we're seeing around, and you know, from my perspective, you know, sympathetic to the situation there for the person, the developer wanted to improve what was there, but still have an acceptable sort of level of amenity and size of house. And I'm pleased that we've got to this point, to be honest, without, you know, refusing it and then another fee, because we accepted that some type of development was going to be acceptable. It was just trying to get it, you know, in broad agreement with the policy and with residential views. And I think we've probably achieved that with us. And it's good to see it, because, and that's why I was clarifying just on the process, you know, the process, you know, he hasn't had to went to extra expense with a fresh application. So that's positive, and it's good for our figures as well in terms of statistics and throughput. So I think we've got to a good solution here before us today.
Thank you, Alderman. And Councillor Hockey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just going back to the site meeting, at the time I did think that it was quite a cramped site, but just with the amendments that have been made, I'm satisfied enough. I think the implementation of the creating spaces is a sensible approach, because we're really trying to bring a vacant property back to life here and create new homes and stuff in the town. So and I'm also happy with the condition of the retention of trees, just to sustain the privacy and obviously biodiversity of the area. Sinead, I'm glad you described what box style dormer windows were, because I was Googling the other day, I hadn't a clue what they were, but I think they'll be a welcome addition to this application as well. So I'm happy enough to propose the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're not at that stage yet. Alderman Kennedy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming in along the same grounds as Alderman Wilson, to say that there's a positive outcome there, that the agent can work through the system there and leave it, that it's not have to go back for a full reschedule again. So it's a positive one, I think, and a good conclusion. And I'm happy enough to second Councillor Hockey's proposal.
Yeah, we haven't got that stage. Thank you. And Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll not make any proposals till we get to the right stage. Don't worry about it. I think going last is probably the best thing. Everyone's already said the benefits of this. I just like put my support in behind it, that it is a good improvement there. It's good to see that again coming back through the planning committee there, that you know all the officers are happy with it and what's being proposed here. So like I'm happy to see this get to this stage, and we'll see how we go when we get their proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. With no other comments to make, okay, we'll move on to decision time. Okay, can I get a proposal and a seconder, please? Councillor Hockey, go ahead.
Apologies, I thought we were already there. I'm happy to propose the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Alderman Kennedy, please.
I'm happy to second the recommendation now.
Thank you very much, members. Okay, proposed by Councillor Hockey that we accept our officer's recommendation, seconded by Alderman Kennedy. We all agreed? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much, members. Moving on to Appendix 4. Okay, members, move on to appendix 4. Everybody's back. Okay. Application number LA08 2021 08830, and it's down for refusal. I'm going to bring in Nicola Craney to present the report. We have an addendum report which has been circulated in mails. Also, Mr. Tom Wilson to make representation as the agent in support of the application. So welcome, Tom, again. Nicola, over to yourself to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking outline permission for a dwelling on a farm, and the plan assessment set out in the planning report and addendum. In terms of the principle of development, the main planning policy is CTY 10 of PPS 21. The proposal fails to demonstrate that it's beside existing buildings on the farm. There are other buildings on the farm maps which the agent has advised are not in the applicant's ownership. However, officers need supporting Conacre agreements to verify that these or other buildings adjacent to the farm lands are not in the farm ownership. In addition, policy CTY 10 also advises that the proposal must comply with CTY 13, 14 and 16 integration, rural character and the development relying on non-main sewage. The proposal site is open and is set 1 field from the settlement limit of Derryad, raising issues on the impact of the settlement, integration, build-up and rural character. As the proposal does not cover or overcome, the principle of development, there are outstanding issues on natural heritage which officers did not pursue. The site is within a Ramsar ASI and adjacent to Loch Beg and Loch Nay SPA and ASSI. NIA have recommended refusal as the applicant has failed to submit sufficient information to enable the council to fully assess the impact of the proposal on nature conservation, habitat and protected species. This is contrary to policies NH1, NH2, NH5 of PPS2, nature conservation, and corresponding paragraphs of the SPPS. Natural Heritage requested clarification on badgers and a newt survey clarification on lands which are subject to flooding on the site boundaries. NIEA's response has been online from early last year, so there's been ample time to complete the relevant surveys without prejudice. On this basis, officers on SES have not been able to complete a habitat regulation assessment, which is a requirement for the site. There are no objections raised by other consultees, NI Water, DFI Roads, Rivers, DERA, Water Management, DARD, and Environmental Health, and there's no third-party objections to the proposal. The recommendation is to refuse, and the 6 reasons for refusal are set out in the planning report, and I'll just go through the presentation. Next slide. So you can see the site, it's just set away from the settlement of Derryad. I've actually done a wee star on the buildings which are identified as being the farm buildings relevant to the farm. Next slide, please. So this is the settlement of Derryad. You can see the blue line, I've identified it. And you can see the site then outlined in red on the Craigavon area plan map. Next slide, please. This is site location plan. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the existing site. Next slide, please. This is an aerial image that I've seen on flood maps, and just to give it an idea of the context, you can see a view from across from Loch Nay towards the site, and you can see Derryad just in the foreground. Next slide, please. These are just some of the buildings which have been identified on the farm maps there's been clarification from the agent that the buildings actually in the lower map and the lower aerial aren't within the applicant's ownership, but they are on the farm. Next slide, please. This is then a view of the site. You can see the wee map just identifying where the view is taken from. And it's looking towards the southern and eastern boundaries towards Derryad. Next slide, please. This is a view along Derry Trasner Road, looking south towards Derryad. And you can see just the site, the area. There's a red arrow just pointing in towards the site. Next slide, please. This is a view then from the roadside. There's a separate application actually in, which is the next application along, but there's two accesses then proposed. There's one access towards the agricultural building, just where those gates are, and then there's a further access then to the site in and around where the red arrows pointing. And that's just a view from the roadside. Next slide, please. This is a view then looking towards the northwest. You can see number 53 identified, and you can see just again where the accesses are proposed, but it's the other side of the field. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial view of the farm at Ardmore Road, and there's just some photographs. The arrows are just pointing to where the photographs are indicated from. I think that completes my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicola. Okay, members, we're going to move on to Mr. Tom Wilson, make representation as the agent in support of the application. Tom, again, you're very much welcome to the committee. As you know, you have 3 minutes to present. Whenever you start, the timer will start, and I'll cut you off. Okay. Yeah, what we'll do is, because the clock we can't do both with the clock on the screen. So what we can do is, if we have any questions afterwards, we'll bring that up. Okay. Yeah. So over to yourself, Tom.
Nicola has explained that the principal reason for refusal is that any new house on the farm should be clustered with the existing group of farm buildings. The existing group of farm buildings comprises 2 houses and a large farm building complex around a very constricted and tight yard. The 2 houses are occupied by the applicant, who is around 40 years of age. He's a current farmer together with his father. The 2 houses are occupied by his grandmother on one side, and his grandfather just recently died. And on the other side, the house is occupied by his parents, Tom and Margaret Parks. And they're people of retirement age. And Gregory is the next generation farmer. The intention is to build a house on the farm. The planners are arguing that the house should be built clustered with the farm buildings. There is an opportunity with the farm buildings to the rear of the farm building. It's to the rear of that cluster, between the cluster and Lough Neagh itself. The area of land that's available there is big enough to build a house, but it's a difficult site. Half of it is level and the other half falls very steeply into Lough Neagh. Access to that site is only viable between the 2 houses at the front, straight through the quite narrow farmyard, and then through an extensive farm building at the back. There is an access through the farm building from the yard through the building to the land at the rear. However, that access is directly through a cattle shed and through the area where machinery operates for feeding the cattle on both sides and for the storage of round bale silage. Planners are arguing the house should be situated at that point, close to the farmyard, visually clustered with the farmyard, and that is the only opportunity that there is. It is absolutely clear that there are health and safety issues with that site. Access can only be gained via a very narrow working farmyard and through a building where machinery operates for feeding cattle. That provides the provision within policy CTY 10 for consideration of a house on another part of the farm away from the farmyard. However, the planners have consistently refused to discuss this matter with me. There've been emails, requests a number of times, and they've point blank refused to even have this conversation, saying that we have to have this conversation at the committee meeting. That's just where we are today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Okay, members, the floor is open to yourselves for any questions of the planner or the agent. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Dowd, please, to start us off.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I've just one wee question. DFI Roads has no objections in principle. Can we elaborate on that, please? Have they been out to check it, or you know what? The rest of them is no objections. I just want a wee bit of clarity on that, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, DFI Roads, this is an outline application, so access can be controlled by condition. And DFI Roads have provided the details of what that would be. So they have no objection subject to conditions attached to it, should the committee wish to overturn the decision.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Councillor Lowry, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I have two questions. In the first instance, I think the agent Tom there was talking about the main reason citing the location behind those farm buildings and they're not suitable. But I noticed there was two other buildings that were discussed as part of the the farm site. But was there any consideration given to whether a nearby or adjacent fields to those two other buildings, which I think was mentioned the parents and the grandmother lived in, would be an appropriate thing? And then the second question was, the agent said that that was the reason why this is being turned down. However, in the report I noticed there's like 6 fairly substantive refusal reasons, citing environmental concerns and various other plan and policies there. Is the location which was discussed the only detriment here? Is there a lot more, even if we're decided that the location's okay? Is there a lot of other things sort of blocking the two? That's sort of a bit more detail on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Nicola, please.
Yes, that's one aspect of the policy in terms of it has to be sited close to the buildings, but there are other criteria within CTY 10 that this proposal doesn't meet the requirements of. And those are set out and I've explained there in my presentation. The site is immediately beside the settlement of Derryad. It's set 1 field away. It will impact the setting of the settlement. There are integrations, very open site. So there are integration and rural character issues in regard to the proposal, as well as those natural heritage issues which haven't been resolved. There was a request for a meeting only about 2 days ago on the 29th of February, and additional information was submitted to me as part of that's why there was a consideration on the addendum in terms of those other buildings. So some of that's only new information for which we've only just received, but we still haven't got clarification on who owns those buildings and what they're being used for. And if there are other buildings possibly that are linked to the farm, which could have, which there might be possibilities for an alternative site. We just haven't had that information supplied.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I'm going to bring you back in, Councillor Lavery. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nicola. I suppose it would just be appropriate that Tom maybe have a view on some of what's been said there as the agent, and particularly in terms of those different locations being discussed, and then other information which has not been submitted. Looking at point refusal 6 there about information regarding habitat concerns and things like that. Obviously, we're focused on our climate stuff. Why was that not submitted, or just further information if he wants to outline those things at this time?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Tom, can you provide some clarification there? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The question of what land belongs to the farm and then therefore what buildings are associated with that land has already been addressed. I've provided a comprehensive list of all of the fields which belong to the farm. And obviously the rest of the land on the farm maps are taken in Conacher. It is very clear from the farm maps and from the planning officers' visits to the various bits of land that there are no buildings on any other land owned by the farm. The parents' and grandparents' house is at the farmyard. They flank the entrance to the farmyard, the grandmother's house on the right-hand side, the parents' house on the left-hand side. And the entrance then is into the farmyard between those two houses, and it extends back in a U-shaped fashion. The large shed at the back, which is effectively the main farm building, is a cattle shed, and access extends through that shed to the land at the rear. It's my, and I think any reasonable person's assessment that to request someone to build a house accessible only through a farmyard and through a cattle shed is something which has serious health and safety concerns, given that the applicant is a man in his late 30s, married with 2 primary school age children. To suggest that that's a reasonable place to argue that the house has to be built on a site that which steeply slopes down into Lough Neagh and is accessible only through a cattle shed is to my view unreasonable. And that's the consideration which is principal in considering a site elsewhere on the farm. As far as additional information is concerned, there are 2 associated applications here. There's for this house, and adjoining site is for a farm building. There are surveys which need to be carried out. However, those are going to cost in excess of £2,000. And the planning office have insisted that regardless of the outcome of those surveys, that they will still be recommending refusal of the application. So we're left in a position where the planning office are making it very clear that they're going to refuse the application regardless, and we should at the same time spend the money to get the surveys done. We have asked, and we not only asked in this past week, we asked right at the very outset when this was recommended for refusal in the first instance. We asked for a meeting to discuss the principle of development. And if we could have established that and established the principle of development, then certainly we can deal with the environmental issues and get the surveys done. But at this point, we've been asked to spend thousands of pounds on something which they argue is going to be refused in any event.
Thank you very much, Tom. Councillor Lavey, you content for now, yeah? Alderman Kennedy, please, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Like the agent actually addressed one of the issues there just in that last thing, but there's a wee bit of crossed wires here. For the agent said that he had requested numerous times, and then Nicholas says that it was only requested on the 29th of February. Is that correct?
I received an email with the additional information on the 26th of February asking for it to be discussed. But then there was a further email on the 29th of February asking for a meeting on it. So I've only just received those requests in terms of it. There was an exchange of emails between the case officer and the agent. And the information that was outstanding still hadn't been submitted until we were actually about to present this to committee. And the agent had been advised that we were presenting it to committee, and did he have anything further to ask? So it was only after that exchange of emails that I was asked for any sort of meeting on this.
Okay.
I will just.
Do you want to come back there, Alderman? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's reasonable to give the officers a wee bit of time to come back. You know, that 29th, that's only really a week. You know, so I think it's a pushing Nicola and her team a wee bit soon to get back to that. I think she needs a bit of time.
Thank you, Alderman. And Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks. It's just Nicola, if you could go to the buildings and farm maps slide. And just explain the stars that are located on the maps in terms of the overall picture and the sort of distances between the main farm and really what the relevance of those stars are and the argument as to whether they make up part of the farm or they don't, or they're to be considered or not considered, just to get a bit of clarity on that. It's not that going on. Yeah, that one there. So I can understand where the star is on the farm, and the one to the left is just a map version of that. But the two other photos, what's the relevance of those in the debate? Thanks.
That was just for information for councillors. I mean, these buildings were part of our consideration, and we hadn't got details until the last few days in terms of the ownership. The fact we've just been told that they're not within the ownership, but we don't know whether they're being used by the farmer, they're not being used by the farmer, and we don't know the details of it. We've just been told that the farmer doesn't own. The farmer doesn't own them, but they are buildings on the farm. Farm maps are a bit unusual because they do tend to do a line around most buildings. The farm map actually just had a hatch out of it for that building. It's like looks like an old dilapidated house, although I couldn't get any closer to it. It's just off, remembering the name of the road. Will I just get that for you? Right. The old dwelling is just off the Ballinary Road, and the other building, the other sort of farm shed that's shown is just off the Derry Core Road. Now these are all within around half a mile of the site, so they're not that far away. It's just to show that they are buildings which are identified, and the policy does say about buildings on the farm. It doesn't actually associate whether they're within your ownership or not. And we would have expected to see some details in regards to what they are and where they are, and Conacre agreements, just to show and verify the ownership of the farm and who owns it. We haven't had that clarification.
Thank you, Nicola. And Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, and can that be clarified? I'd have thought, a Google, a good aerial map showing them, because it's very hard to rationalize where those are in comparison with the with the farm, and also just, the proposed site. How far is it in all reality from the existing farm buildings? If you could clarify that, and maybe get Tom to clarify further on the significance of those buildings that are denoted by the red stars.
I think if you look at the picture above that one, you can see where the farm is is that the farm in the bottom right, and then where Dariada is, and then sort of say it's not really that far. If that's right, Nicola, maybe you can clarify.
It is. I can clarify, yes, just exactly where it says Dariad, you can actually see the buildings. That's the buildings there that are part of the farm, the main farm group, just off the Ardmore Road. And yes, the site then you can just see it identified just on the outskirts of the settlement.
Thank you very much, Nicola. And Alderman Wilson, go ahead.
Yes, that's useful clarification. And you can see the very steep gradient down to the lock there, and then looking at the other images which are looking down directly on the farm, there's not a lot of room at all around it, and with a housing development right beside it as well, which has obviously been accepted. And I'm just wondering, there's another house two-story house, you can see with the white fascia board on that, and then other sheds, and it's not a million miles away from the farm. Just wondering, if the principle of development, which Tom has been talking about, a farm, it is in legislation that you can have a house on a farm, to ensure the continuation of farming. So if not that site, where does he put it? Because it certainly doesn't look to be accommodated anywhere in around the farm buildings, looking at that, but maybe on site would show me different, but it certainly looks a very cramped space. I just look at around it. I mean, look at the plethora of houses that are just jammed in everywhere there. Again, I'm looking at the images that have been provided, but where does he go? I think that's a reasonable question, given the fact that he, and by all accounts, he's entitled to have a house on a farm. And we have, planners have considered off-site replacements for farm dwellings, in multiple situations.
Nicola, do you want to come back in, please? Thank you.
There's specific, for dwellings on a farm, there is specific criteria. You're not automatically entitled. There's a requirement to meet the criteria within CTY 10. And not only does that criteria set out that you have to be clustered, and that is one of the elements of it. And by no means is anyone asking someone to go down right on the edge of the loch shore or whatever potentially there. But this is a proposal which we have to assess through the criteria set out in CTY 10. And that also includes that it has to meet the requirements of CTY 13, CTY 14, CTY 16. So even if they did meet the exception in terms of being adjacent to some of the buildings and being no opportunity sold off and visually linked, even if it did meet that criteria, there are other criteria which are required to be considered as part of the policy. And in this case, it fails that other criteria as well as failing the natural heritage issues which are set out within the reasons for refusal.
And Alderman Wilson, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarity, Nicola. And just then to Tom, in terms of the significance then of the buildings that have the stars on them, can that clarity be brought? What is their status and why are they being considered if they shouldn't be? Just to get your take on it. So,
thank you, Alderman. And going to bring in Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. The other buildings which have been referred to, I have already confirmed with Nicola that those buildings and the land adjoining those buildings do not belong to the farm and were taken in Conacre. The land at Derrycore Lane was taken in Conacre. Yes, there's a building beside it. However, that land is no longer even taken in Conacre. The owner of the land who had rented it to the Parks family died and it has passed on to someone else. So this map's out of date in that sense that they no longer even rent that land. The only other building that is close to any of the land that I can see that Nicola has identified appears to be in the middle of, again, middle of other land which is rented by the farm. There's one building was built about 20 years ago within a group of fields that belongs to the farm. That land was sold off the farm around 20 years ago. And incidentally, and I've already sent Nicola the flooding maps, it's the only bit of land within those parcel of fields that doesn't flood. The entire rest of that piece of ground is liable to flooding. But in any event, the house and the buildings that she was referring to were sold off and they're occupied by somebody who's got nothing whatsoever to do with the running of the farm. Now, the other issues that Nicola referred to, one of the reasons for refusal was the build-up of development. In the photographs that she showed, there's only one other house visible from this site, which is in the rural area. So to argue that there's a visual argument against build-up of development, There's actually only one other house, and that's to the north of the site, sitting down a lane some distance away. I think she referred to it as number 53. That's the only other house which is actually intervisible. Another house in the rural area which is intervisible with this site. As far as integration is concerned, this is a very low-lying site. Anyone who's familiar with that part of the country will know what it's like. It's very low-lying. Again, Nicola had described Derryad as stretching out along the roads. It doesn't, it stretches along the Ardmore Road only. It doesn't stretch along the Derry-Trasna Road because from the junction at Derryad, the land falls down and then runs flat towards Derry-Trasna. This site is on very low-lying ground and is viewed against the development inside the development limit at Derryad, which sits considerably higher and 2 fields to the rear. So in other words, there's no question of this being prominent in the landscape as it's been described to you. I mean, you really need to see the site for yourselves to see exactly what it's like. But it is exceptionally low-lying, but doesn't flood. It's low-lying, and there is a considerable amount of development inside the Derryad village which cannot contribute to an assessment of build-up, because build-up only refers to development which is in the rural area, not to development which is inside a development limit. As far as the environmental assessments are concerned, there's no one suggesting that there's any of those issues which cannot be overcome. However, I've already explained it's going to cost in excess of £2,000 to complete the studies to demonstrate that. And we were being asked to complete those studies against an opinion to refuse, regardless of the outcome of the studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Okay, members, if you've no other lights on, no questions, move on to debate. Okay, the floor is open for comments. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Dowd, please.
Sorry, Chair, I wanted to get my name in before you actually come out of that one. The only concern I'd have would be the nature conservation. I know that area, you know, I've drove that road many times. And that would be one of my main issues.
Many thanks. And Alderman Kennedy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just the way it has been to and fro from the agent back to the officers, I think there's more work can be done between the officers and the agent to get more clarity in this. It seems to be very cloudy, for one saying sort of one thing and another saying this mightn't be in the holding, farm holding that. So I think it would be maybe better deferred for more clarity between the agent and the officers. For Nicola hadn't really time to respond. They've only got an email on the 20-something of February. So I think they could work together a wee bit to get a bit more clarity and bring it back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman. And Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'm taking on board what's been said by Nicola and Tom. I suppose if I had to take a decision on the information before us, I think we'd have to, refuse this application. I sort of can see the argument there that it's not clustered with any other, dwellings, and it does feel those kind of bigger planning policies, albeit maybe the environmental stuff could be sorted out. But until it is sorted out, we can't, certainly can't approve anything. So for me, it would either be refused now or to defer a month to allow any further conversation to happen. But unless something big was to change, I think, the refusal would be the right outcome in this instance based on this information. But happy to, feel what other members are thinking on this one too.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to bring in Damien. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Members, look, just it is quite confusing. I can see the way the conversation and the discussions go, and it's difficult for you to assess whether or not this is compliant with policy or not. And I think as a starting point, what would be useful to try, and maybe Nicola can shed some more light on this, is just to get confirmation that regarding the existing buildings on the farm, is it correct that the only existing buildings on the farm are those which Nicola pointed to in Derryad, which is recollection, they're about 280 metres away from the application site? And if that is the case, then there's absolutely no way, in the opinion of officers, that the proposal could visually link or cluster with those buildings. So as a starting point, it might be useful just to get some clarification again from Nicola on that point. Are the only existing buildings on the farm holding those which are in Derryad, which I think, Nicola, are about 280 metres away, maybe just as a starting point, because that deals with the principle of development and whether the principle is acceptable or not. So that might be useful, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the buildings, from the information that I have from the agent, the only buildings on the farm seem to be those in Derryad, yes, which wouldn't be visually linked with this site. That's correct.
Yeah, just then, following on from Nicola's confirmation of that, Chair, then that would be for the applicant and the agent, Mr. Wilson, then, if they cannot visually link or cluster, to then look at demonstrating, or there for health and safety reasons, for the council to allow a building to be located somewhere where it doesn't visually link or cluster. It doesn't meet that test. There must be a health and safety reason for the council to allow it somewhere else on the holding. And again, Nicola can confirm at this point that confirmation hasn't yet been received, and Nicola hopefully can confirm that for the members, Chair. Thanks.
That's correct. The information in regards to health and safety is what has been discussed tonight by the agent. We haven't received any details in regards to what that potential is until tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Really just a comment when that was raised about health and safety. The agent had spoken about the only other alternative would be at the back of the building. As you can see, for the farm building, as you can see, it's a steep gradient. And the only access would be through a farmyard on that building. You know, surely there would be, in my opinion, would there be something around health and safety around that there's no other option for to build a property on the farm, only maybe on this site. I don't know whether there's any other options, but you know, surely that would be in my opinion, maybe something to be looked at as regards the health and safety aspect.
Happy enough to take that as a question. Are you able to answer that, Nicola, please?
The site, which is at the edge of the farm buildings onto the loch. I mean, I haven't been given any details in regards to what the potential is. It seems to be access through the farm, so there may well be issues in regards to health and safety for that, but I don't know if there's any other opportunities for access through to it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to support what Nicola's saying, I think, look, we're sitting here this evening, members, with an application that's been in the system for some time. The agent has had an opportunity and the applicant has had an opportunity to demonstrate health and safety reasons. But here we are sitting in a meeting where we're being told there may be health and safety reasons, but nothing to support it. So the officers have done their assessment, the report's before you. For an applicant to come to the meeting and say, oh, by the way, there may be health and safety reasons, is just not acceptable. So the reason is before you, members, the recommendation is before you, and hopefully you will see that officers have conducted an assessment based on the information that's before them, and hopefully you'll agree that the recommendation is the legally robust one and correct one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that, Damien. And Councillor Duffy, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just my view on it is the application site is applied for is away from the farm. It's not out the back of a shed. So we can't consider out the back of a shed. We have to consider the site where it is, and as things stands, I'd be going for refusal.
Okay, thank you very much, members. With no other lights on, okay, we've discussed it at length. Okay, going to move on to ask you for a decision whether we go with the recommendation or it's down to yourselves, members. I'm going to open the floor to yourselves to come up with a decision. Councillor Duffy, then Councillor Lavery. Councillor Duffy, go ahead.
I will go with the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Duffy, and Councillor Lavery, please.
Yeah, I would agree based on the information we've been presented with tonight, you know, those reasons from Nicola and the planner, so I think refusal is appropriate outcome in this course at this time, so I'd second that proposal there from Councillor Duffy.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Okay, we have members, we have a proposal by Councillor Duffy that we go with the officer's recommendation for refusal, and second by Councillor Lavery. You all agreed? Yeah, agreed. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Thank you very much, Tom. Okay. Members, move on to Appendix 5, application number LS 08-2021-0904F. That's refusal. Okay, again, I'm going to bring in Nicola, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report. We have an addendum which has been circulated, and again, we have Tom make representation. Okay, over to yourself, Nicola. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This site is immediately adjacent to the previous application, and the application is seeking full planning permission for a farm shed for machinery. The planning assessment has been set out in the report and the addendum. In terms of the principle of development, the main planning policy is CTY 12 of PPS 21. The proposal fails to demonstrate that it's sited beside existing buildings on the farm, that there's no suitable existing buildings on the farm holding, health and safety reasons to justify an alternative siting, and the proposal away from the farm holding is essential for the efficient use of the farm. Again, there are other buildings on the farm maps which the agent has advised are not in the applicant's ownership. However, officers need supporting information in regards to that. In addition, CTY 12 advises the proposal must visually integrate criteria B, and it shouldn't impact natural heritage, criteria C. In this case, there remains to be integration and natural heritage issues, and additional reasons for refusal are set out in the planning report. The site also has integration, rural character, build-up issues in relation to its proximity to the Derryad settlement. As the proposal does not overcome the principle of development, there are outstanding issues on natural heritage which officers did not pursue. The site is within the Ramsar and ASI, and it's adjacent to Lochbeg and Loughney SPA and ASSI. NIEA have recommended refusal as the applicant has failed to submit sufficient information to enable the council to fully assess the impact of the proposal on nature conservation, habitat and protected species. It's contrary to policies NH1, NH2 and NH5 of PPS2 nature conservation and the corresponding paragraphs in the SPPS. Natural Heritage requested clarification on badgers, a newt survey, clarification on drains, a construction environmental management plan and revised details on siting to include additional planting and boundary buffers. NIEA's response has been online from early last year, so there's been ample time to complete the relevant surveys. On this basis, officers and SES have not been able to complete a habitat regulation assessment, which is required for this site. There are no objections raised by any other consultees. NI Water, DFI Roads, Rivers and DARD. There are no third-party objections to this proposal. The recommendation is to refuse, and there are 6 reasons as set out in the planning report. And I'll go through the presentation. It'll be very similar to the last one, but slightly different. So this site is actually the northern boundary of this field. So the middle of the field is actually undefined. So this is the northern part of the boundary. And again, you can see the main farm buildings with a wee star just advising of where they are. Next slide, please. And again, this is the Derryad settlement limit within the Craigavon area plan. Next slide, please. This is site location plan. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the existing site. Next slide, please. Again, this is the aerial view just taken from the flood maps. You can see the main sheds again right beside where it says Derryad. Next slide, please. This is a full application, so there are elevations, plans and a site layout. So this is site layout plan. Next slide, please. This is the elevations and the details of the farm building. Next slide, please. These are just some details in regards to the buildings on the farm. Next slide, please. This is a view now of the site and the northern portion of this field. So you can just see the view to the northeastern boundary. Next slide, please. And this is the view then to the northern boundary of the site. Again, you can see number 53. Next slide, please. This is the shock really at the northern boundary, and that's why there's been additional information in regards to drainage and plus surveys required. Next slide, please. This is the location of the existing access into the field, and this is likely to be where the maps really show that this is the location of where the agricultural access lane will be coming into the field. Next slide, please. And there are two accesses then proposed. There was one proposed for the dwelling and one proposed then separate access for the farm building. Next slide, please. This is a view to the site from the south at the entrance of number 53, just looking towards, sorry, it's looking towards the south, looking towards Derryad in the distance. Next slide, please. And this is the farm, the main farm buildings on the Ardmore Road. I think that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicola. Again, we're going to bring in Tom to make representation. Tom, again, you have 3 minutes and the timer will start whenever you start, okay? Over to yourself. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you. This application was submitted in association with the previous application for a house and a farm building together in this field as being the closest location to the farm complex. The farm complex is inside Derryad village. It's now surrounded by housing on all sides, and its continued viability in that location with houses so close by is certainly its future is in question. There is no, as we've already explained, there is no land available at the farm complex other than the steeply sloping ground which slopes down into Lough Neagh. There's no other opportunity to build anything at the farmyard. You as a committee have already decided that you don't think there's any health and safety issues with the sloping land into Lough Neagh, either for a house, and no doubt you wouldn't think there'd be an issue then with the farm building either. Nevertheless, that is the situation, that at the farmyard, there is no safe land to build either a house or a farm building, and therefore the alternative site away from the farmyard was chosen. That's the reason why, and was set out in the supporting statement that accompanied the planning application. The outstanding issues in relation to environmental concerns, I've already outlined that those require studies which would cost a considerable amount of money and would only be undertaken against a background where there was a general acceptance of the proposal. But however, that was not the case, and there was never any opportunity to discuss that. Contrary to what has been said, a meeting was requested right at the outset, at the initial time when a recommendation to refuse both these applications was first tabled. I had requested a meeting at that time to discuss the principle of development and was denied and was told that it was an agreement between the planners and the committee that they would form their opinion and there would be no discussion until we come to committee. There would be no opportunity for any discussion. That was what I was told. So for that reason, there hasn't been any further communication. And the issue of the other buildings associated with other lands which don't belong to the Parks family was only raised initially by Nicola last week. That was the first time anyone had ever raised that question. So to try and demonstrate that we had failed to provide information, we were never asked for it until last week. And it was only in preparation for this committee meeting that she raised that issue. That had never been raised before. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. Okay, members, the floor is open to yourselves for questions of the planning officer and of the agent. Okay, floor is open. Okay, Councillor Dowd, if you get us started, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Nicola, just a question for yourself. What, I don't even know how to put this. Why was the meeting not granted with Tom? Just out of curiosity.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't have, I mean, there are emails within the file, there's detailed emails requesting substantial information. So, and even asking for details of what land's owned and what land's taken in Conacre and supporting information. I mean, this was all requested in November 2021, not even recently. So there's been to and fro between the case officer and Tom, but all of the information that's been requested wasn't actually asked for, and I don't have details of a specific request within any of these emails for a meeting. And the only request that I got, as I said, was as this report was being prepared and ready to go to committee. And at that stage, we were ready to take this application forward, and there was still outstanding information, and it hadn't overcome the principle of development.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nicola. It was just clarity as to when. I didn't my fault. I didn't actually realise it's been not long from this application has come in. There's been a few years there that the information could have been gathered and that. So no, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, it's just, I suppose, just get my head around the whole, proximity of, housing to the farm and that, and, going back. Just curious, how have we, how's it ended up that the farm has been so sandwiched with residential development? I'm just wondering, and to the back of that development of red bricks, looking at it from the air, it looks like a substantial bit of space, but looking at it from that aerial image from flood maps ANI, it does seem to, it looks quite steep on depending on the level of the lock, there probably wouldn't be much avenue there for development. I'm just wondering how we've got to the point where the farm has been so encroached with residential development. I was under the impression, but maybe the development limit supersedes all that, developments, that close to farm buildings carry some type of restrictions in terms of environmental health and that. Could you explain how that has become that situation? Because I know in previous debates it's been like 60, 70, 80 meters from a farm building, and you've been curtailed with that type of distance, and it has knocked a lot of applications out, obviously, in that regard. So I'm just wondering how we've got to this situation where an existing working farm has got to the point where it's so encroached by residential development.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Can you provide some clarity there, Nicola, please? Thank you.
I'm not 100% sure either, but look, I did have a look into some of those details because I queried that myself in terms of how the relationship of it has happened. And I am aware of the development of the housing scheme next door, and there are restrictions in terms of how close it can be to the buildings because of the nature of the farm adjacent. I think around the time in the late 1990s or whatever that the Craigavon area plan was released, that field was actually part, where the houses are, was part of the farm at that stage. There's old Google images whenever you go into Street View where you can see that there were farm buildings at the back of that field. But they're no longer there, and it's very contained now, and there's houses that have developed up to it. So there has been a change in circumstances between when the area plan and the settlement limit has been drawn and what is on the ground today. As officers, we can only go by what is currently there and what the applications for and what the requirements are in terms of planning policy for what's been submitted.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. They're happy enough, Alderman. Yeah. Okay, members. Councillor Mulholland, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just a wee question for Tom. I was just wondering, the new proposed farm building here. I was just wondering how what the impact that building would have on the current farm. You know, would it be an essential building for the survival of the farm? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the farm complex at the moment is very restricted. The farmyard is very narrow and constricted. There's no machinery storage shed. The area at the back, which I described as being level, the bit between the cattle shed and Loch Ney, is essentially used for parking farm machinery because there's no space within the yard. The yard is an intensive cattle unit. The smaller buildings on either side are used for storage of farm feeds and for rearing small calves. But the large building at the back is the main cattle shed and the storage of round bale silage and so on. The area at the back is the only area where they can park machinery, and clearly that's out in the open air. There is no storage. I actually drove past today prior to this meeting, and there were 3 tractors just sitting out in the open in the yard. There isn't anywhere else to put them. And the proposal was that Gregory Park, who's now the next generation farmer, would build a new house and build a shed beside it where machinery could be stored with the relative safety and security of him living next door to it. That's the rationale behind the application.
Thank you very much, Tom, for providing that clarity. Members, any other questions? Alderman Kennedy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you clarify what Nicola said, that this built-up development was part of the park's holding at a time and they have obviously offloaded for development?
I can clarify that's not the case. The land next door to them was sold by whoever the landowner was for development, and it was not this park's family. There are a lot of parks in that general area, and some may be related to others. I don't know the relationship. What I do know is that Gregory Park, who's the applicant in this case, nor his father nor his grandfather ever owned that land. They did farm it, they took it on Conacre until the owner sold it for development.
And Councillor Duffy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the case, Nicola, where Alderman Wilson had said that, the build up towards farm shades and all has got very clustered and that sort of thing, but if this one was to go ahead, it would have the same opposite effect to the houses down the Darryard Road, that a machinery shade would be built to the back of them existing houses that are there. So would that not be the case?
I think that's why it's specifically come in for a farm machinery shed rather than animals. There are animals within the main complex. It's specifically provided to be farm machinery, but we haven't received any details. Tonight is the first I've heard in terms of what efficient use of the farm. We have been asking all along about what buildings are on the farm, what they're used for, what the nature is, what the purpose of this building is, what exactly will be stored in it. Some of the information that's been provided is just clarifying what we had been asking actually throughout the processing of this application. But so I'm not entirely sure it's farm machinery which is being proposed for this and not animals, but yes, it's set a field away from the settlement of Darryard. So there I think it's around 50 meters. It's within my report. 1 second, I'll just check for you. $10 meters to number 53 and around 125 meters to number 26 Ardmore Road, which is just over to the east, which is within the settlement.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Okay, Councillor O'Dowd, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just a wee quick question about flooding. When the plans came through for the house or the last appendix, there was one section that didn't flood, which is where the house was going to go. So if this farm is going to go on down the field a bit, is that not a flooding area?
Through the chair. There was an amended plan received. The plan layout drawn actually moved the building away. Rivers Agency originally did have concerns in regard to the proposal for because of the drainage and flood risk, because the edges of the field boundaries, the northern boundary and part of the eastern boundary within the flood maps was shown potential there, so that the plan was amended to move the application forward and closer to the middle of the field rather than right towards the back because of that issue. The issue of drainage then could be dealt with through condition to provide a drainage assessment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicola. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, members, any other questions? Yeah, move on to members' debate. Okay, express your views. Any comments or concerns or queries? Councillor Donnelly, please. Thank you.
It's just the size of that shed. Go if that's that tractor shown in there in a trailer. It's only seemed to one tractor and one trailer, and the place would be full.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, any other comments, members? Okay, no more. Okay, members, going to move you on to A decision. Okay, can I seek a proposer and a seconder, please? Councillor Duffy, please.
I just have to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy and Councillor Lavery.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You know, it's obviously quite similar to the one just gone previous, and so based on similar reasons there, I think the recommendation to refuse is the correct one, so be content to second that proposal from Councillor Duffy.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We have a proposal by Councillor Duffy and second by Councillor Lavery that we go with the officer's recommendation for refusal. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you, and thank you very much, Tom. Good to see you again. Okay. Yeah, members, move on to Appendix 7, application number LA 0823 2805F and Windsor Developments Limited, and it's time for an approval. I'm going to bring in Kyle Elder, Senior Planning Officer, to present report and PowerPoint presentation. Members, you've also received an addendum report within your minutes. Okay, over yourself, Kyle, please.
Sir, I don't think there's an addendum. No, I just don't think there's an addendum with this one, Chair. I think it should just be the report, but this plan application, it seeks full plan permission for the erection of 4 dwellings, which are all semi-detached in substitution of 3 dwellings previously approved in site numbers 68 to 70 under plan application LA08 2015-0115F at Drumnagoon Park in Portadown. The application is before you this evening as the application attracts an objection from a statutory consultee, namely NI Water, and is recommended for approval. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. The site is located within the development limit of the Craigavon urban area on land zoned as Phase 1 housing. So that's housing zoning C-H1, land north of Mandeville Road, at defined by map 5 of the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. Officers raised no conflict between the proposed development and the Craigavon Area Plan or the SPPS. Therefore, the proposal to develop the site for residential purposes is considered acceptable in principle. Regarding the proposed design layout and amenity, officers raised no concerns for the reasons detailed in the report. The proposed density is considered to be acceptable for this area. The proposed dwellings are separated from the common boundary by approximately 10.6 metres, and this separation distance is in accordance with Creighton Places. Officers are satisfied that the proposed development would not unduly affect the amenity of any neighbouring property, including the objector's dwelling. Members are advised that in this instance, officers have raised no concerns regarding the policy provisions of PPS 7, the addendum to PPS 7, PPS 12 for Creighton Places. The site will be accessed via the adjacent housing development within Drumnagoon Park, of which the application site will form a part. DFI Roads have been consulted regarding the proposed access arrangements and raised no concerns in the context of policy MP2 of PPS 3. Each dwelling would provide parking spaces for 2 cars, and 2 usable on-street visitor parking spaces are proposed. There's a shortfall of 1 space from the number required by the parking standards document, but as detailed in the report, in this instance, neither officers nor DFI Roads raise any concerns over the parking provision proposed. Officers in this instance are content that the proposed development accords with SPPS and policies MP2 and MP7 of PPS 3. NI Water, in its consultation response, advised that a high-level assessment has indicated that there are network capacity issues, and this establishes significant risks of detrimental effect to the environment and detrimental impact on existing properties. NI Water note that there are unsatisfactory intermittent discharges at Aca Common embankment, which discharges to Closet River, and the single unit's wastewater impact assessment is required for the additional dwelling proposed. In keeping with the appeal reference 2021-A0231, confirmation has been provided from the agent that an engineering solution for disposal of wastewater can be found. Accordingly, in line with this appeal decision, officers have recommended the inclusion of a negative planning condition prohibiting the commencement of any development until a wastewater impact assessment confirms that a sewage connection can be made or that alternative provision for disposal of sewage is made, and this is submitted to and agreed in writing with the planning authority. This would ensure that any concerns in respect of sewage capacity are properly addressed before the development can proceed. Members are advised that one letter of objection has been received regarding this plan application, which raised overlooking concerns. Officers are satisfied that the proposed development would not unduly affect the amenity of the objector's property or indeed any other dwelling for the reasons outlined in the report. So overall, officers consider the proposal to comply with local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. And on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and subject to the conditions suggested in the report. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so the site is located northeast of Portadown Town Centre and southwest of Craigavon Town Centre. The next slide, then you can see the site location plan with the site outlined in red. Next slide then just shows an aerial view of the site. So the red line is approximate, but there has been more development carried out on the site since the aerial image, as you'll see in the next slide on the map. You can just see there that there have been other houses which are in varying stages now of development. The next slide then it shows the previous planned approval on the site was for 355 dwellings, and these 3 dwellings where you can see the red dot were 3 detached dwellings that were previously approved on the site. So the next slide then shows the proposed development, which is now for 4 dwellings, which are all semi-detached. The next slide then just shows the house type. So you can see it's a 2-story semi-detached with 2-story front projection and single-story rear projection. So the first photograph, you can just see then the proposed dwellings are to back onto those dwellings, which surrounded by the fencing, and the area of grass to the front of the photograph then is an area of open space that this the dwellings would basically front onto. The next slide then is just a closer up view of the existing development, which is under construction. And then the next slide, you can just see to the left of the photograph that the roadway, which was previously approved, has been set out in loose stone and defined by the curbing. And then the final photograph then is just from the edge of the application site facing north, so you can see the house type is in keeping with the other development in Drumnagoon Park, and like I say, you have the access road and then fronts onto this area of open space. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kate. Okay, members, over to yourselves. Any questions of our planning officer? No questions? Not like it. Yeah, can members move on to debate? Any comments or concerns? Councillor Lavery?
No real comments or concerns. Just envious about the sunroom that's proposed for these developments. You know, it's quite a growing area there in Craigavon. You're seeing a lot of similar house types here, you know, in this estate, South Lake Park and so on. Obviously, the only concern was the you know, the wastewater issue, which is, you know, be conditioned out here. And you know, we're talking about maybe an extra car or two, which will be negligible given the I suppose the size of those houses. But no, I think whoever moves into these will be very fortunate indeed. So they've no issue with you know, approving this thing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Any other comments, members? No. Okay, members, going to move on for a decision. Can I seek a proposal on a seconder of sorts? Again, Councillor Lavery, go ahead.
Tend to approve, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and Councillor O'Dowd, please.
I'm happy to second that, Chair. And again, I'm envious as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, members. We have a proposal by Councillor Loving, seconded by Councillor O'Dowd, that we go with the officer's recommendation. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Suppose if you want to bet the best sunroom, you just go outside and sun yourself. Okay. Members, going to move on to Appendix 9, application number LA08 2023-2531 LBC. That's ABC Council, which is approved listed building consent. And I'm going to bring in Liam McCrum. Liam, you've been sitting patiently, so over to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a council application, and that's the reason it's before members this evening. The site consists of the old town hall in Banbridge, which is a grade B1 listed building. The site lies within the settlement limit of Banbridge, and it's within an area of townscape character as defined in the local area plan. This application seeks listed building consent for the refurbishment of the Cupola clock tower. The specific nature of the detail of the works are set out in the body of the officer's report. In terms of the impact on the listed building, the old town hall, as I said, is a B1 listed building structure of special architectural and historic interest and is protected under Section 80 of the Planning Act. Policy BH8 of PPS 6 and paragraphs 6.12 and 6.13 of the SPPS states that consent will normally be granted for proposals for the extension or alteration of a listed building where a number of criteria are met. 3 criteria are set out in the officer's report. The first of the criteria is criteria A. And in this regard, officers are satisfied, for the reasons set out in the body's report, that the essential character of the building and its setting are retained and its features of special interest remain intact and unimpaired. In respect of criteria B, officers in consultation with NIEA HBU are satisfied that the works proposed make use of traditional and are sympathetic building materials and techniques which match or are in keeping with those found on the building. In terms of criteria C, officers again in consultation with NIE HED are content that the architectural details match or are in keeping with said building. So whilst HED through the consultation process raised no objection, subject to the imposition of the conditions as set out in the report, officers are therefore satisfied that the proposal complies with criterion A, B and C of policy BH8 and paragraph 6.12 and 6.13 of the SPPS. No objections have been received and approval is recommended subject to conditions. I want to just take a run through the PowerPoint. So you can see the location of the site right in the centre of Banbridge, just beside the cut. Again, just an indication of where our clock tower is located from an aerial photograph. Again, the site location plan indicating where we are. These are the elevations of existing and proposed. It's probably difficult to tell the difference, but essentially that's what our listed building colleagues are content with. And as I say, every clock has 4 faces. This one's the same. And again, these are just the roof details. So there's a view of our clock from the junction of Scarborough Street and Newry Street. And a view just looking across the cut onto Bridge Street. And again, just a close-up view for nostalgia's sake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. Okay, members. The clock that stood the test of time. Okay, so over to yourselves. Any questions? Councillor Duffy, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Liam, you says most of the work is going to be carried out by hand, you know, with not using the Kangos and normal stuff that would use. Do you envisage taking a lot longer, you know, for the work to be carried out? Because I know it's a busy street and scaffold will probably be up and down there, you know, to the street and might be actually block the street, or will the street be open the whole time?
Go ahead, Liam. Thank you.
No, Councillor Duffy, we have no schedule for the period of works. As you probably know, Banbridge at the moment, a lot of the street is impassable and cordoned off. But we have nothing in the application to suggest a time frame for the period of works or how they'll be carried out.
Suppose it'll probably be weather dependent as well, councillor, you know. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Probably have answered this one, Liam, in your past comments. Sir, have you any time scale of this work to be started, or no? Thank you.
Probably the contact officer on the council might have a time period for that, Councillor Wilson, but I certainly don't. It hasn't formed part of the application process that we've dealt with.
Yes, thank you very much, Liam. No more questions? Any comments, members? No comments? Councillor Lavery, go ahead.
No, Chair, it's just it's probably by time this historic clock tower was regenerated. You know, it is important to maintain our building heritage, and it is a nice one there. I suppose when I'm walking up that big hill in Banbridge, you'll be able to use at the time how I can get up that hill. Sometimes it takes me a couple of minutes, so it'll be nice to see the clock tower working there. Don't know if we're in the proposal stage or if on the Banbridge councillors want to take the lead in it, but I think it's certainly worthwhile.
The amount of running you've been doing lately, councillor, you should be able to run up and down that hill, no problem. Councillor Wilson, we're going to move into decision time, and I'm going to call yourself. And Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to propose and sort of echo Councillor Lavery's comments there, and yourself as a Banbridge man as an iconic part of the town. That plaque, and it'll be good to see it refurbished. So I'm happy to propose accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillor. And normally I don't do it, but I'm happy to. The second proposal by Councillor Wilson. So it was brought by a Banbridge man, proposed by a Banbridge man, seconded by a Banbridge man. So, okay. Thank you very much, members. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Members, thank you very much. And it's our last current hybrid meeting. So maybe we'll see changes down the line. Who knows? So thank you very much, members. See you at home. And